Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay. I was getting things ready. All right, so tonight we will be beginning the molding and casting process of this water effect that will go on the front of our pirate ship. Now, first thing we need to do is I need to go back over this. There's some kind of damage that has happened from it shuffling around on my shelves. So I'm just going to go through real quick and just kind of clean up some of these dents and add a few more textural lines. And then we will coat it with a clear acrylic sealer and let it dry for, let's see, how long does this take? Temperature, 5 to 10 minutes. And once that dries, then we'll be prepped and ready to use our smooth on. This is the product of our choosing here. Rebound 25, made by Smooth On. They're kind of the go-to people when it comes to molding and casting materials. Smooth On. But basically, we will use this to do a brush on, what's called a brush on mold, where we, like you can see this image here, we do a really thin layer of silicone by just brushing it all over this, okay? And then we let that start to set. I think we let it start to set, and then we do a thicker layer of this by adding a thickening agent, which I actually have somewhere in here. It's a solution we can add to the mix that actually causes the silicone to become thicker like a paste, or like peanut butter pretty much. And then we do the thin layer to capture the detail, and then the thick layer to build up this layer of silicone over this. Then once that's hardened, we're going to use plaster bandages to create a shell. And at the end of all of that, we'll end up with kind of like a double layered mold. One layer that's the rubber to catch the detail. Another layer that's the kind of like the hard shell candy coating of the plaster to support it. Is this it right here? Ah, yeah, right there. 5X. There it is. Well, let's see. So this is a 1-to-1 ratio by volume. Rubber, silicone rubber. And I think, let's see, it should say. I think the technical information's on the inside of the box. Let's see what we got here. Rebound. All right, here. Pot life is 20 minutes. Cure time is 6 hours. So basically, by the end of today or tonight, we will get the first step done, which will be the silicone. And then tomorrow we do the plaster step. And then we're prepped and ready for casting with our clear resin, which is right here. That's our clear resin. And so once we have our mold, we flip it upside down and we just mix together this stuff. Oh, yeah, I forgot this one. I love that this one comes with all these nice little cups. I almost buy it just to get those cups in these pipettes. Add those to my pipette collection. Okay. And these are like disposable gloves, but I don't like using those. Oh, it even comes with mixing sticks. Just some epoxy resin. Fast cure, translucent, self-leveling. That's a 4-hour demold. So day 1, the rubber. Day 2 is these plaster bandages. You can see it's like a medical bandage that's been like impregnated with plaster. You dip it into the water and it activates, and you just kind of can create a hard shell. Day 1, day 2, and day 3. It's a 3-day process. And then at the end of it, we will have a hardened, nice resin wave formation, which we will attach to the bottom of the pirate piece, and possibly we might do another epoxy pour to kind of bring it all together. Or we're going to use like epoxy glue or something. I don't know. I haven't quite figured that part out yet. We will cross that bridge when we get there. I got some fast set resin, which doesn't give you long before it starts to thicken and warm. Yeah. Now I did this process for the first time on the Blue Dragon. It's something I had learned about a long time ago, and I've just never put it into practice until just recently. So that's where we're at. Okay, so let's remove all this stuff. And first step is to finish the sculpting. This the simplest of the steps. Actually, now that's all pretty simple steps, to be honest. It's nothing too complicated. Okay, let me get some tools here. Hey, how you doing there, Mr. Deagle? Good afternoon, my friend. There's a little homemade loop tool I made. That should probably be the trick. You have a beginner's question, if that's okay. That's totally okay. Go right ahead. This is Siobhan, yeah, because the finished product is not the sculpture, it's the it's actually the whatchamacallit? The mold. The whatcha mold it. Actually, you know what? Let's get a piece of wood that this will be on. For when we do the molding. Hey, Hugo, how you doing, my friend? Well, you don't have to spend really a lot to see if you like it. But the choice of clay can determine if you really enjoy it or you absolutely hate it. So I recommend you use polymer clay. And if you can, get Cos clay. That's my recommendation. This should be good. This should be a big enough platform for us to work off of here. All right, so we're just going to get in here and we're going to sculpt some of these formations back to how they should be. Head in the way. Sorry. Nice, Hugo. Very good, my friend. Very good. There's a time for feasting and a time for fasting.
Loyal friend,
We must
made a real impact on the realm.
have both.
Thank you for your contributions.
Enjoy it. Watermelon, thank you so much, man. Thank you very much for the 10 months there, Watermelon. I appreciate that. Cod liver oil. Those who walk in gratitude find gold where others see gravel. Well, that's a great one. Those who walk in gratitude find gold where others see gravel. Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. I wonder if I have a sharper loop tool here. Let's see. I mean, this one's pretty good too. Not really liking how that tool's working out. I have a mini loop tool here, but might be even too small. Oops. So grab this one. Yeah, this is one of the best mini loops I've ever been able to find, so. I do, yeah. Exclamation point playlist will get you what you need there, Lanyard. I see no painting nor any pirate. I know, I was just trying to clickbait you to come in here. Did it work? I should probably update that title actually. All right. All right, you've convinced me. Let's see, molding, mold making. Mold making a wave. Or a wave. Mold making. Skeleton pirate boat wave. Mold making. Skeleton pirate boat wave. That'll get them. That sounds clickable, right? What's that? The wave that comes out the front of the boat. That's called the wake, right? The bow wave. Ah, the bow wave. Bow wave. Now people will be like, whoa, I gotta click on that. What the heck? What even is a bow wave? Let me grab some extra Chavant just in case we have some like holes and stuff to fill. Let's see. I'm just gonna rip some chunks off of the female Jernai. She's pretty much done. Bow wave. Yeah, sure. Okay. Hey, Paul, how you doing, my friend? Okay, so I'm just going through and I'm just kind of adding a little bit more texture to this, cleaning it up because it kind of got a little messed up in some spots from sitting around. Then we will use clear acrylic sealer over this, kind of lock it all in. Then we're gonna start doing the layers of rubber. Let's see. We do a paint on mold with this. Mix the two parts, paint it on here. Let it set for a little bit, and then we mix in a thickening agent on another batch. This thickening agent. Mix it again, it'll turn into like a peanut butter consistency, and we spread it out real thick. And then we let that set for 6 hours. So tomorrow the rubber will be cured, and we do plaster bandages. And we put that, so we have the rubber cured on here like this. Then we do plaster bandages on here. And this will make it so the this floppy rubber shell that we're making will have structure. So it's almost like a mold within a mold. Or Russian nesting doll style. So. Is a plaster cast mold? No, the plaster just is a mold of the silicone, and the silicone is a mold of the clay. So the silicone holds the detail, but you'll see once we pull it off, it's going to be like this wobbly piece of rubber, okay? So in order to hold it steady, to get it back to the original shape, that's why we create the plaster mold on top. So then we remove the plaster mold, then we peel and remove the silicone mold, flip it upside down like a cup, okay? So imagine this upside down. And then put the rubber back into that hard shell of plaster. And then now we're ready to mix up our clear epoxy with some colors and just pour it in. And then we end up with a see-through wave. That's basically it. That's our steps. So I just wanted to add some more texture here. Hey, thanks, Paul. Yeah, this will be the second time I've done this strategy. I did this exactly the same way with the blue dragon piece, if you've seen that one, with the water effect. I'd say this one's even easier than that one because of the shape is going to be much easier to deal with. This. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of my favorite pieces too. So far. A lot of new techniques going on there with that one. That's the one thing I'm doing differently that I didn't do last time was the applying the translucent the sealer on the top of the clay. Last time I did do that, and there was a lot of clay that got kind of stuck in the mold, and it was a pain in the butt to clean it all out. So we're gonna learn from that, modify our strategy. Yeah, I think it'll make it so there's no cleanup whatsoever, so. Or at least minimal. I have a mold release, but I looked it up. It's probably not going to be good for applying right onto the clay. Oh, thank you so much, sir. It's folly. I want to say there was something I needed to ask you, or particularly maybe your brother. Did your brother send us his address? Maybe that's what the address? Maybe. I don't know. The missus told me something. I can't remember. She was going on about something. Oh, never mind. I know what it was. We decided it was not necessary. No, yeah. I think he did. good. They're all painted up from the week, from this last week. They look really good. Actually, I wonder. I can go grab them and show those that got troll heads last Friday. Hey, thanks, Paul. No, I think we were gonna try. We were gonna possibly sand the back of that one and do like a magnet format, but we decided not to. Oh, I was gonna ask him if that would be okay, but ultimately we decided negative. Yeah, I'll go grab them. I'll go grab them and show you guys the painted ones here in a second. Definitely the more texture it has, it seems like the more it's gonna look like ocean waves, you know. Maybe just lightly go over with the brush. I'll probably use the isopropyl alcohol, mostly because it'll evaporate quicker. Also, Siobhan's oil base, so using water doesn't really do much. Kind of just beads up on the surface, you know. Yeah, it's kind of it's oil based clay, same as polymer clay. So, but even more so, it's got like even a waxy kind of note to it. Little holy. careful here. It's kind of a little edge that could catch. I'm just going to take that off. All right. There's a good before and a good after. Big difference, right? We'll do the other side, but let me go,
Fellow adventurer, we've got everything you need to rest and refuel.
Hey, the Glittered Geek. Thank you very much for the 5 months. I appreciate that. Scale of Dragon. Thank you very much, Be Glittered. Let's see what your wisdom is. A wise traveler listens twice as much as they speak. It keeps them alive and welcome. That's a great one, isn't it? A wise traveler listens twice as much as they speak. It keeps them alive and welcome. That's right. I tell you what, if you can do these 3 things, you can get pretty close to making peace with most people. It's be quick to listen, be slow to speak, and be slow to anger. If you can do those, if you can execute those 3 things, you'll be all right in most situations. Oftentimes, we're not. We're quick to speak, quick to anger, slow to listen. All right. Yeah, I'll be right back. Refill my coffee. Go grab those troll heads so you guys can see the painted ones. Be right back. Well, let me see. I think the color filter's on. There we go. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. This reminds me of almost like the illustrated Hobbit style, which is kind of what I was going for. The Blue Wizard. Mr. Bison. This fella right here. Looking really good. Especially if you've seen the source material. I definitely think the likeness was really nailed on that one. And then the almighty Carl. There we go. Another great round. We'll post these on. We post the painted and unpainted ones on Discord. Those will get posted. Look forward to seeing what we have this Friday. If anyone's interested in getting one of these heads made, we do Friday troll heads. We're doing 4 each week. 11 a.m. Central Time, right there. They come in a nice box. They have a little certificate with they're all numbered and signed. And you can commission whatever head you can fathom. Could be a creature or a monster. It could be based on a prompt, a word prompt, or a likeness. It can be in anything. So just have to be here 11 a.m. Central Time on Friday. I open up the Trollhead shop, and it's first come, first serve, and there's 4 spots. This Friday is the last, so not tomorrow, but the next day, but this Friday is the last Friday of the year, and there's going to be a special surprise for all you Trollhead participants that have joined in the fun. So it'll be the last chance to get in on that surprise this Friday. Surprise! That's right. So, look forward to it. It's going to be fun. All right, let's get back to the wave. Hey, Pinky, how you doing? Also want to kind of clean up the inside of here. Or actually, I probably shouldn't mess with it, to be honest. I'll fill in like the holes, like right there. We can fill in there. Because this side is form fitted to fit onto the boat, so we don't want to mess that up. I wouldn't go with soft. I also wouldn't go with hard. I would go with the medium. There's a chance you might like hard, but I think medium is a good safe pick. Soft is definitely, it's pretty soft. Like you can really manipulate it at room temperature. The hard is very hard at room temperature. So you have to understand with Chavant, you can control the softness of it while it's sculptable through the heat. So like the hard becomes extremely firm at room temperature, but you're able to make it soft by heating it up. It is less sticky, which I do like that aspect of it, but it's you just got to get used to working with it and really be good with only working it when it's hot, when it's warmed up, which can be a little tricky, I think, to get used to at first. I tend to find myself, I have all three, and I tend to find myself grabbing the medium firm the most. Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not soft. I don't really, not a big, huge fan of soft. It's not good for what I use it for. I like the clay to kind of hold its form quite a bit once it's cooled down. I'll be here tomorrow, yeah. Can't be anywhere else. Everything's closed. Might as well get some work done. Hey, Angus, how you doing? Nice. It's like a water wave or a boat wake, or what do we call it? A bow wave coming off of the bow of a ship. So once we're done sculpting this, we're gonna start producing the mold for it. Mold it, cast it in a clear material. How many what? MGs? What do we... Doing good, my friend. Doing good. How about yourself? Okay, now we need to fill in some gaps, and we need to remove this this kind of seam at the bottom here. Few days off of work. All right. Go enjoy it, my friend. Enjoy it. Okay. Hey, Plankwalker. Appreciate it, man. How you doing today? Oh, there you go. Get some family time in. Hey, Kula. Nice, Paul. I was actually thinking about making a tutorial at some point of how to make those like classic style looking gnomes. I'm pretty confident that it will fit. I'm not going to check it. Worst case scenario, I'll have to I'll have to Dremel or just kind of remove some of the wood or something to get it to fit, which is no big deal. The reason that is right now I'm trying to create a sealed edge along this piece of wood. See this? All the way around, so there's nothing that can get underneath there. So to try to remove it from this and test fit it again, it's just be a pain in the butt. And I'm just being very careful where I'm adding material. And I'm only kind of adding it in areas that I'm pretty confident that are not where the base needs to kind of sleeve onto, you know? Yeah, it would break the seal exactly, yeah, so. I mean, we're doing a brush on mold, so it's not as crazy with the seal on the bottom. If I was doing like a poured mold, then this would have to be really, really tight seamed because otherwise the rubber will get under there. Yeah, I can kind of see the block shape here. So I don't want to mess with this going on here. Hey, what's up, Overlord? How you doing? Come on now. Oh, all right. Killing some ocean bugs, huh? Were you eating the bugs? Okay. Well, I do think I want to reduce some of this here. Uh, Well, you know, you don't miss out on something you've never had, if that makes sense, from from Emma's perspective. It's like feeling like you missed out because you didn't celebrate Chinese New Year or something, you know what I mean? There's plenty of other holidays and stuff out there that most people don't celebrate, or at least people from the Western world don't. And it's not like that's the best way to kind of, I guess, to imagine it. It'd be like me asking you how you feel about not celebrating Chinese New Year. You just be like, well, I don't really think of it much at all. You know, it's just something that some other people do that we don't do. But that's good. Does cosplay become crumbly? I have some Sculpey firm and it's crumbly out of the package. Some variations are, but most of it isn't. Most of it. Here's some fresh clay. Yeah, oh yeah, I have the wrong. Hold on, let's see. I had the painting filter on. There we go. So here's just some fresh clay here. It's not too bad. I can condition it pretty quick. It doesn't like crumb all over. It doesn't turn into a bunch of crumbs. See. I believe this is extra firm, but medium firm is the same. Seems like every time I buy Costco, it's slightly different consistency. I'm sure either Arnold's messing around with the recipe, or yeah, it probably is Corvic, to be honest. But I also know Arnold is like a mad scientist with clay, so that's what I imagine. So there we go. That's conditioned, ready to use. No crumbs. Some versions, like the glow in the dark version and stuff, can be crumbly at the beginning, but then it gets really sticky and soft. So. I'd say probably one of the biggest motivators to not doing Christmas, well, not just Christmas, but like anything that has an element of, not that there's anything wrong with anybody doing this, if that's their choice, but it didn't sit right with me to tell Emma about some sort of supernatural, magical being like Santa or the Easter Bunny, to then expose to her, can really convince her to believe in it, and then expose to her that I was lying to her the whole time. And then if I try to perhaps convince her of something that actually is something that I believe in, that is something more on the supernatural spectrum, there's going to be a break in trust there, if that makes sense. That's probably one of the biggest components that we decided that we didn't want to participate in. It's just one of the ways I think that the world takes the magic out of the world by setting us up with these things, like telling this story. And, most of us believe it wholeheartedly as a child. I know I did. Just to find out it was like an inside joke that you were on the outside of, We're sculpting a boat wave. Did you ever question it? Like I said, it's not bad in any way, honestly. It's not like it used to be these days. Everyone just wants gifts. Yeah. There's definitely a reason. I don't want to get into it too much because I don't want to spoil anyone's. I want to respect everyone that is celebrating Christmas and not get into that kind of stuff and the reasons why I don't. Right? Just there's a combination of reasons, and it's just a decision that we made, and We're happy with it. Of course, she's always of course she's curious. You know, it's just like it's like anything though. You know, there's gonna be this curiosity for the thing that we do different and what everyone else is doing, especially because it's so well advertised that there's really no way to like you know, like she's seeing it in commercials and all over people's houses and then stores, and you know, it's just. But it's the same with you know, you know, homeschooling versus public schooling, or any other anything that's going to be different. She's going to be curious, of course, and we explain things to her, you know, from both you know, as best we can, and explain to her why the reasons we decide we're not going this way rather than that way. And of course, as she grows older, and if she decides she wants to be a part of those things, that's totally fine, you know. So yep. Polarizing subject. Exactly. I try my best to avoid any sort of polarizing things, and yeah, I respect and appreciate wherever other people stand on things like that. Everyone, you know, and we just leave it at that. Like vegetarians, you know, I totally respect the vegetarian lifestyle. Doesn't mean I'm going to be a part of it, but I definitely can respect it. I actually had a phase of my life where I chose to be vegetarian for a while. It's just a process of discovery, of figuring things out for yourself, you know. And I think that ultimately, I think most controversial things boil down to they're just things we should all figure out for ourselves. And it's not a matter of convincing another person of the thing that I discovered for myself. You know, I don't need to do that. When somebody needs to convince somebody else of something that they feel convicted of, you know, that I think there's an issue there. I don't need to. I'm just going to do the thing I feel is good for me. And if somebody's curious about it, of course I will share. But when you get into like an online forum discussion with many people with different backgrounds and different lifestyles, it's just it's not productive to try to like convince people that my way is the way, you know. So you are wrong. No, sir, you. So there's way too much of that. And there's a time and a place to share your convictions and beliefs on things, and whether it's diet or whatever, you know. I don't think an online forum discussion with random strangers is the place for that. As long as you're not hurting anybody but yourself, it's cool with me. Well, I don't want nobody hurting themselves either. That can get ugly too. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. I know what you mean. forum discussion about technology. Like what kind of discussion about technology? Oh, don't get me wrong. I actually do enjoy listening to like people, strongly willed people on different sides of an issue go at it. Especially if I'm somebody that has no dog in the fight. It's interesting to hear people articulate their perspective. But one thing I always notice is there's just not a lot of it's like the spirit behind it is not trying to understand the other person, you know, like it's more of like both sides just button heads trying to prove the other one wrong and them right, and it just never is going to do anything, never going to change nothing, but trying to understand somebody that's sees things differently than you do would produce good fruit. You don't have to agree to understand, you know. It's folly. Oh man, I do not envy your situation. I'm sure you'll find a place though, my friend. All right, Funka. We'll catch you later. See you later. Okay, we're gonna do alcohol with brush, but we need to get a different container for the alcohol. By the 19th of January. Oh wow, okay. Well, you got some time. What, are you just looking for like a single bedroom scenario or something? Little studio. Okay, we need a little cup here. Why don't you grab one of these little guys? Single or studio? $12.50? Oh my goodness. Prost. I pay well, I was paying $800 for a long time. It just went up. It's like $875 for a 2-bedroom house here with a large yard. New Jersey. It's crazy how the cost of living is different depending on where you're at. Prost. Bed sit. Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, where I moved to this area because of the cost of. I chose where to move to based on how much does it cost to live there, and do they have decent internet? That's basically what I looked for. Ended up landing here, and we really love it here. Good place to call home. For now. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's a must. I can't I need good internet to stream, and I can't survive without streaming. So, like, it has to be at least good enough for streaming. Close to work is number 2. Yeah, see, that's where I have an advantage because my work comes with me. I could technically just like move to Brazil or something. Somewhere really inexpensive. I've contemplated it, just moving to like a South American country. But nah. Brazil is inexpensive. South America is inexpensive compared to North America. Typically, the cost of living is a lot less. So I would bring my job with me that I'm, with the amount that I make, not changing, but moving to an area with lower cost of living. But everything's so expensive. Well, you're in South America, right, Luna? So how much is like an average, or what is your cost of rent, if you don't mind? You don't have to say if you don't want to. What do you pay? For a month of housing? You don't rent. Oh, okay. Or what's an average cost for, let's just say, like a 2-bedroom, renting a 2-bedroom apartment or something? I just want to move away from civilization. Yeah. I like to be in the what's his face called, the Hagrid zone. I'm coining the term the Hagrid zone. You know how Hagrid's house is like outside of the campus, just like right on the edge of the woods and the like school. That's the Hagrid zone. That's the best place to live because you can go one direction and have all the luxuries of society, and the other way, and it's just pure woods and uncharted. You got what is it? God, what's his name? You got Voldemort in the woods behind you, like slurping up some Some unicorn blood. One way you got all this great stuff. These other way you got Voldemort just chilling. All right, well, let's check. Let's see. You're in Colombia, I believe, right? Colombia. Or a 2-bedroom. What the heck? Oh, Columbia, Maryland. Huh. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, what? 1,300. Yeah, okay. That's better. In Colombia, 2-bedroom apartments average rent varies significantly by city, but expected roughly $400 to $1,000 plus. Unfurnished 2 bedrooms around 500 to 800, or 400 to 600 in Laureles in Vigo. 400 to 600 2-bedroom apartment. Medellin, El Poblado, 500 to 800 per month. Compared to, some places in America, like we were just saying, or Columbia, Maryland, which I just accidentally looked up, was like 1,300 per month. That's like significantly more, much more. three to 4 times the cost. 1,300 is very common, yeah. Cost of a house, rent, or buying? Well, I mean, buying. I probably would buy if I could. I just can't. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure. There's definitely there's definitely some benefits to renting, especially with things the way they are, being able to just get up and go pretty easily, if needed be. I think of situations like those people that live where that train with all the chemicals crashed. And thinking, man, imagine owning and being kind of like stuck. That would be something, if it would happen, I would just leave. Because I wouldn't, I would definitely wouldn't stay there. But some people might not have that choice. Or even the people in Lahaina that owned their house, that still owed money, and maybe wasn't completely covered by the insurance. I heard some testimonies of people that owned, and they explained and laid out how they're pretty much trapped. You can't get, you either have to get 2 mortgages, or you have to continue paying a mortgage for a house that you can't live in because it's destroyed, you know, while also renting or paying for something else at the same time. It's just a bad situation. Oh, yeah, that's rough. Yeah, it sucks, man. There's a great example. But the nice thing, you know, when you buy is you're putting your money's not just going straight into like the toilet basically each month. It's actually going towards building value into something, but I guess that's the gamble, right? That's only if everything goes well, right? Only if your water heater doesn't break. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the downside, right? A piece of land and solar panels. Yeah, I always thought. I mean, I don't know. I never really know what the future holds, but I always thought a good way to kind of make owning happen would be to buy like a mobile home or a used RV or something, and then a piece of land, and then just live in that mobile home setup until you build a house, you know, some sort of a temporary dwelling while you build the official dwelling. Oh, that's cool, Deagle. I seen those shipping container homes. They're pretty cool. Yeah, something like that would be awesome. My real official long-term plan is just to keep sculpting and streaming until some wealthy landowner person becomes like a super cnotbusch fan and then offers me to have housing all the days of my life for sculptures, like a trade-off. That's the That's the real game plan. Anybody? Anybody out there? I'm a great tenant, I promise. Take very good care of the place. I've been here like 6 years. I think I've only called maintenance maybe 3-4 times. Never been late on rent. That's starting to look pretty good. Ah, the potted plant. The only land I own is the potted plants. That'll have to do, Lanyard. Get yourself a deal. Set up a. I'll build a whole house structure just stemming from that one potted plant. Just like a house on stilts. Yeah, I'm not getting rid of the detail too much. I'm just getting rid of the kind of like the coarse edging of the tooling. So it's to make it more, yeah, exactly. Because water doesn't have these kind of sharp tooled edges. Hey, D. Good evening. It's new wave. That's right. Okay. Yeah, sure. I would say no, Deagle. I'll bring all my extensive gardening knowledges. We'll turn your land into a permaculture food forest. Ooh. I've always liked that concept of food forests. I don't know if you ever looked into that. basically you make a wooded area that everything in that area is edible. So it's just like you walk outside into an outdoor pantry that's all self-sustaining. So it's all permaculture, meaning it comes back all on its own. A 1 acre food forest. You can do a lot with a little bit of land. I've definitely proved that with my current setup. I don't know how big the lot is here, but definitely less than an acre. Yeah. That was interesting to raid into. I don't know if he ended up noticing later, but they were like scratching their heads, figuring out some belt contraption or something. He's probably like the #1 producer of eggs for all of Canada or something. Yeah, those French Canadians. Quebecers. Yeah, I did too. I left it close after the audio cut. Getting close to being done here. Maybe I'll brush the inside of this too. Careful, easy does it. You're already in trouble with that comment. What do you mean you have to watch what you say, Deagle? What's that supposed to mean, huh? Uh-huh. The hole has already been dug. The game has ended before it even started. Yeah, see, you would think that would be a great answer, Constipated, but it'd probably get turned. No matter what you say, it's going to get turned back on you. So, grateful for the wife to keep him real every day. She'd be like, does that mean if I wasn't around, you're not real? Does that mean every time I walk away, you're not real? Being fake? Get you back on your heels real quick, there, Overlord. All right, this looks good. Well, next step is to take our clear acrylic sealer here, sealing spray, matte varnish, and we're gonna spray this. And it takes a couple minutes to dry, so we'll poke around on something else while that's drying. It's only, I think, 5 to 10 minutes dry time. And then, 5 to 10 minutes. And then after that, we're going to start doing our silicone mold here. So, that'll be fun. All right, I'll be right back. Let's go. I got to go do this outside because it's an aerosol. Don't spray aerosols inside. I'll be right back. All right. It was all foggy outside today. Or tonight. All right. Got that sprayed. Just need to let that dry. Let's see. What will we need for this next step? We're going to need some mixing cups. Oh, hey. On the other plaster bandages from last time. And I had them in here somewhere. I think paper mixing cups I got somewhere over here. Ah, yes. There they are. Grab some of these guys. Part A and part B. Maybe one for the middle. Oop. Let's grab 3. 3 cups. Mixing stick. Stir stick here. What else do we need? Definitely will wear some gloves. If I have like a chip brush somewhere. Paintbrush that we can dispose of. And I don't think I do actually. Like a 1/2-inch chip brush would be perfect. I should have like a big tin of old brushes around here somewhere. Beer pong's about to start. Oh, here's some. Here's some house painting supplies. Maybe there's one in here. Foam brushes.
Noble ally,
Oh, maybe
please
this one.
accept these treasures as a gift for your unwavering service to the kingdom.
Holy schlamazel. Thank you very much, my friend. Got a nice brush here. That should be good enough. Back the sacrificial brush. Mm-hmm. Ah. $69 months. Thank you very much, Polly. Now that brush was in the house paintbrush section, so it was used for house painting. We can certainly use it for this. Let's see here. The tongue is a small dagger capable of felling giants. Wield it with purpose. Wield it with purpose. Powerful dagger. Mehrunes Dagon. Feels dry. Gloss coat on there. Yeah, that's dry. Commence the next step. Okay, so it'd be nice if I had clear cups, but I'll have to make do with what we have here. Let's see here. So first, let me look it up. I think I do. So these have a 20. This has a 20-minute pot life. That means 20 minutes to work with it while it's in the cups. And I think.
Noble ally, please accept
Oh
these
my
treasures
goodness.
as a gift for your unwavering service to the kingdom.
Dester Jester, thank you very much for the 138 months. Crazy. That's crazy, isn't it? Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate that. Oh, that's a lot. A lot of months. Get you your wisdom. Thank you for sticking with me for so very, very long. How you doing tonight there, Zister? A hardened heart is heavier to carry than any shield. Very true. Oftentimes we harden our hearts to act as a shield. Don't harden your heart. It's usually 15 to 20 minutes on most silicones. Yeah, I just want to see if I can apply the second coat, if I'm supposed to wait till after it's fully cured, or I don't think I wait for a full cure. I think I wait for a partial cure. Let me look it up real quick. Let's see here. Yeah, we don't let it fully cure. So we do a thin, even coat. Get out into all the details. Let it sit until tacky, not cured, usually 20 to 40 minutes, depending on room temperature. Finger lightly sticky. Okay. Silicone does not transfer to your finger. Okay, so it doesn't transfer totally. So it doesn't. Second layer, thicken, mix a fresh batch, add the 5X until peanut butter consistency, brush on thicker to build strength because your first layer is still tacky, second layer chemically bonds to it. Yeah, they won't chemically bond if we, so we have to do it simultaneously here. Okay, so let's glove up here, and we'll begin the first part of the mold here. A premium brush on silicone. Yeah, so this time we did all the, oh yeah, Clayton, you didn't see, but we went over the whole thing again and cleaned it all up. Okay. Cleaned up our wave here. And then I also did the inside and cleaned that all up and made it all kind of shored up to the board here. So, and then I sprayed it with a varnish this time. That's another new step. Okay, so let's stir well before using. Yes. Oh, you know what? Let me get both gloves on here because this can get messy quick. We have to mix part A and part B by volume. I'm thinking we'll do half of the amount. Probably not even half, actually. Probably like a quarter. We just need enough to cover, like, with a thin layer over the whole wave. I have my brush. Let me grab some of these smaller mixing sticks just in case. And a medium-sized mixing sticks. Okay, now we're ready. We'll just kind of make a cut here. Just cut this open here. I probably cut the whole thing all the way open because I need to stir it anyways. Oh, don't go in there. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, this stuff's kind of like the slime from Ghostbusters, basically. Oop. Let me get a garbage can next to us for a quick disposal. I mean, it looks pretty well mixed. Let's just use this big paint mixing stick here. So we'll make sure that our ingredients are well mixed here. Don't waste any of our precious silicone. Oh no, definitely not. Okay. Oh, you know what? Let me create a little landing pad for disposable landing pad. How much does this stuff cost? It's like $50 for this kit here. That cost, but silicone is not cheap. There, got a little place to set stuff down, like our mixing stick and cap and stuff. Okay. Okay, let's do let's add it in here. Okay. can't really, I don't have another large stick, so we're just gonna mix this with the smaller one here. How's it taste? Like sherbet. Mmm. It's Go-Gurt. It's was it a orange creamsicle? Okay, we're gonna measure by volume here. I'm gonna use the precise art of eyeballing it. Oh. I was hoping we could use a light to shine through the cups, but oh, you know what? That works. That doesn't. Bummer. Oh wow, that's like super glowy with the UV light. Look at that. Wow, radioactive material. It's about the same. That'll do just fine. Okay, so now we combine. Yeah, let's just take this stick out. We don't need this here. Probably actually cap these for now. And we got about 20 minutes once we start mixing here. So the first coat is without our thickening agent because we want it to be nice and thin. And now we mix. Mix it nice and thoroughly here. Get a nice scrape on the side of the cup, you know. And the bottom of the cup. This is from Smooth On. The Smooth On is kind of an industry standard. They always have good stuff. I've used other silicones before, and mostly I've just stuck with Smooth On stuff though. Actually, back when I first used silicone and mold making materials was back when I lived in Colorado, and they had a store location there that I would go to check out. Which was cool. Okay, give it a nice mixing here. It's looking pretty uniform. Oh, not quite. Hold on. I just got this from Amazon, yeah. I can link it to you, this exact kit, if you'd like. Okay, I think we're looking pretty good. So now we're just going to kind of drizzle it over our sculpture. I fear we might have mixed too much for the first layer. It's okay. Okay. I will, yeah, I'll link it. I'll link it for you guys. Okay, now we're just going to take our brush here. And we're going to make sure it gets into all the details. And we're going to make sure there's no bubbles as well. This is called a brush on mold. Brush on mold. This doesn't know. It's the resin you gotta be, or the stuff you fill the mold with, that you want to be more aware of when it comes to off-gassing. And then this is how we make the Statue of Liberty be able to be operated like an animatronic. The cheese, yeah. We just want to make sure there's no air bubbles if we can. Also keep this pushed more towards the center. This is the kind of the detail layer. We're getting all the detail nice and captured here. And then the next layer will be the thickening layer, where we thicken it up with a thickening agent. That's where we'll get our kind of our strength from. Oh, dripping over here. Okay. Okay, I think that's pretty good. There's food grade silicones you can get for making chocolate molds. It's gonna look very similar. I've worked with food grade silicone before. Very similar. What did you spray the sculpt with? I sprayed it with just a clear coat, just a clear varnish, acrylic varnish. This just kind of sealed the clay in, so we don't have any, so the mold doesn't get like super dirty, basically. With the clay. We definitely have some left in the tank. Unfortunately, I did mix a little bit too much. Oh yeah, it's self-leveling, so it likes to run away. Okay, so take my gloves off. Now we wait probably about 40 minutes, 20 to 40 minutes. And then we can do the second layer, which will be kind of the structured layer, where we'll mix all the rest of the silicone, and in the next layer we add this stuff right here. 5X. It's a thixotropic agent, which means it makes it thicker. It makes it like a peanut butter consistency once we mix it in there. All right, let me get the link for those that are curious about this particular silicone that I'm using. I'll drop it in the chat here. So we're basically letting this set up to the point where it's getting sticky, but not fully cured. And I'll probably put some foil and stuff under this when I set it to the side, so if it does decide to run away, It'll be caught somewhere. Let me see. Check my orders, recent orders.
Closely, traveler, to what I say. Twitch Prime does not even cost a dime.
Ah, babe. How much queso is on this one? So this kit costs $40 for a 1-pint unit, which you may think is expensive, but if you're not familiar with silicone, that's actually pretty normal. So let's see here. Let me get the link. Drop it in the chat. There you go. That's the link to the Amazon. It's the exact same kit I bought. It's the second time I've purchased this one. So I feel like the only area we're gonna run into it wanting to run away a lot is right here in the front. So let me move this to the side and we'll put some foil underneath it. And we'll let it kind of sit for 20 minutes. So at 9:35, we can do the next step. It does not come with the thickener. You have to buy that separately. So I bought this last time that I did this mold. So it's one of those things you only have to buy every once in a while, not every time. So let me find that for you though. Hold on, let me see. I'm pretty sure I got that from Amazon as well. Yeah, it's probably because I think Smooth On's a US based company, which means it's made in the US and has to be exported since you're not from the US. Typically, that'll always be the case. It'll be kind of like double. But I would look for, Patricia, I would just look for a company. There's got to be a company out in the UK that makes rubber, silicone rubber. Like, let's see. Let me just see here. What would the UK equivalent product be? The thickener, you don't need much. No, you don't. Just a little bit. Mold Max Stroke Brushable Silicone Rubber. Easy Composites UK sells RTV silicones and thickeners. Easy Composites. Oh, geez, okay. Yeah, these are looking much cheaper. Like $15 for a kilogram. Maybe browse around this website here. Mold Life, yeah. Yeah, I would just look. Just source it somewhere else. I don't know about this website. I mean, you can check it out, but Just gotta do some research. Yeah, this is part of doing this kind of work. Is you gotta research your materials. Oh yeah, I was gonna get this for you. Hold on. 5x. What did I say? 9:35. So about 20 minutes from now, we're gonna check it. Okay, here's the link to the thickening agent. Definitely a lot cheaper. Okay. I actually have some off-stream work I have to work on that you guys can join me on for these next 20 minutes. Usually this is my off-stream working time here. Oh, that's why I was smelling alcohol. I spilled alcohol all over the place. Nice. Okay. Could I use something that is skin safe too? Like to touch? Safe to touch? As far as I understand, I think, whatchamacallit, the silicone usually isn't the component to be life casting. Oh, like the stuff they use for life casting. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me see. Let me update my title here. Okay, let's see. Plaster casted. Plaster's pretty safe too. Pretty safe material. Use that brush for. Yeah, this is grumpy. Okay. Yeah, I've never messed around with any life casting before. I'm not too unfamiliar with the process. Would it be terrible to get like a sudden onset of like stuffy nose when you're in the middle of life casting? Does this kind of look like Hoggle from Labyrinth? Because Hoggle's a dwarf too. A grumpy dwarf. Feel like that'd be terrifying to do. Yeah, I don't know if I'd necessarily want to do it. At this point, you can 3D scan your head instead of doing it the old-fashioned way. But then again, I imagine the materials are not that hard that you couldn't break out of it if it was like desperation situation. Oh, did you see it, Mrs. Carl? Yeah. I present to you your husband. It's a good round. Sarah loves it. That's good. That's good. So those will get shipped out. That round will get shipped out on Monday. So, but also remember, since you participated in Trollheads this year, you will now be considered for the surprise we have coming here on Friday. So. Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if if you're doing that kind of stuff, you definitely need to get as close to your actual head shape is ideal. It is cool. Kind of looks like you. I have to check the silicone here in a second. Would you say the life casting silicone would be all right for this process too? Probably be fine. Yeah, the like stuff that's designed for it would be fine. It's just more expensive, I think. When you life cast with silicone is the nicest material I think to cast with, but producing the best results, but it's also the most expensive. So I guess it depends on the need of your cast, if it needs to be super accurate or super detailed or not. I'm guessing for the mask making, you just really need the basic shapes to be there. Don't need the nooks and crannies of your skin texture to really show up. Alginate is one-time use, right? I believe so. Okay. Let's see here. Bingo would say, the heck? He would, wouldn't he? Let's get the shoulder out here. Thanks, Giovanni. Why am I sculpting this character? It's a gift for somebody. This is a after hours piece I started as a gift for somebody. I think this is extra firm. Not sure. Yeah, typically they are, Miss Carl. Either companies or individuals. But most people find, most of the individuals find me through the stream. So they tend to watch. I'd say it's like half that they'll either be a lurker that's here or an active chat member. Half and half. Or both. Yeah. And then companies either find me through stream or actually Instagram. Sometimes like TikTok and stuff, but our Instagram's pretty big. Gets a lot of attention. That's the missus, my missus. Her doing. Okay, we need to check out the mold and see how we're doing here. It's been about 25 minutes. I mean, it is getting a little bit tighter. Not quite fully. I'm just gonna dump the rest of this stuff we have in the cup here out onto this. Now that it's kind of thickened up a little bit. And then we'll let it sit for another maybe 20 minutes before we actually do the next layer. There we go. All right. Waste not, want not. You found me on Instagram, then YouTube, then here. Okay, interesting. Two ways to hear how you guys get here. There. Carl, you were referred here. Yeah, I gotta send Carl his $50 gift card for referring a friend. I'm just kidding. You know, all those places do that. Refer a friend and get $50 off your next purchase. Carl gets his next 3 tool strokes are free. Pretty good. Great savings. I started using Cost Clay when it was in beta. Actually, I was a beta tester. And that was, oh geez, how long ago was that? I believe it was during like 2019, 2020. I think they launched during COVID, so it's probably like 2019. Maybe 2018. Doing another selfie. Yeah, there you go. I've uncovered my passion for doing self portraits, just like all the other artists of history. Shoulder up a little bit higher here. Okay. Basically just sculpting the armature here. This is not the actual finished version. Kind of like the skinny version. That will sculpt the final version on top of. My poor thumb. Yeah, it's fine. It'll survive. It'll survive. Right. Being raided here. Second. No, I don't think so. Yeah. I can see it. I can see it. Yeah, they even cross their arms like that, don't they? Okay, I think we bake this just like that, and then we can have this nice sturdy structure to build off of. We'll make sure this arm is not too meaty. Should be all right. I just have a box right here that's stocked up. Usually keep about 10 to 25 pounds on hand at all times. The clay goes, it goes a lot further than you would imagine, actually. Okay, so we get that. We can bake that as is. Then we'll be able to actually do his like clothing and beard and hat. Oh, yeah? All right, let me get this tossed in the oven, and then we're going to do our next layer of silicone on our mold. I'll be right back.
The strength of the cnotbusch kingdom lies not in our walls, but in our people. March to war!
Well.
The strength of the cnotbusch kingdom lies not in our walls, but in our people. March to war!
What is going on here, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, hold on 1 second. I gotta get a little piece of foil here. Just a little piece. Piece here. This to be right here to catch this. All right. Mr. Peepo, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. I appreciate that. Come on in, everybody. We are producing a brush-on mold for a piece of water. That's going to be part of a sculpture that I'm doing. Grilled cheese. Yeah. So we just painted on the first coat of this, which, let's see, a little bit sticky still. That's good. We just put a sculpture we were working on in the oven. If you're new here, my name's cnotbusch. I make custom sculptures, start to finish. What we're doing here, actually, let me show you guys. I can show you guys, is this process. This is the second piece I've done this on. Let me see. Let me pop this up here. Go over to my Instagram. I believe, is it here? I think it might be here I show it. Yeah, I gotta update the title. This is the first project I did, this water effect. So we sculpted it just like this, the water, out of a clay called Chavant. And once the clay looked good, this is the phase we're in right now. So we just did the first layer. That's the first layer. And, oh, hey, milk jug. That's a good idea. Now we're doing the second layer, which is what we're about to start, which is a thicker layer. And then this is the part we'll do tomorrow is the plaster bandages. And then hopefully our, epoxy resin. So it's a mold for, so we're turning this clay water we made into a translucent water. So yeah, we turn it upside down once we make it, peel it off, and then we have this nice translucent water here. Let's just see here. That one was different because we had to really. It was a split wave, like a split water effect, and we had to cover up wiring and do all kinds of crazy stuff. This one will be much more simple, I think. So, yeah, that's the result, and the ultimate result for that piece was. Let me see here. I'll go to. Let's see. Wait, hold on. Let's go here. Let me pull this up here. We'll go to my gallery. It is right here. So that was the first one we did. First project we used this method on. And so now we're doing the second one, which is, it's like a skeleton pirate scene we're working on. So this was a custom D&D scene. We were commissioned by a person who had a particular situation happen in their D&D campaign where a blue dragon sunk their party's ship. And this is kind of like a physical embodiment of that. And he uses it actually as a DM blind. So this scene is in the middle of the table and it's flat on the backside. So he's able to set up all his DM materials behind it and use it as like a DM blind, which is cool. So that's what we're working on. Give you the rundown. The scene that we're doing it for is this one right here. The skeleton pirate scene. Let's see. Let's just move this out of the way for right now. Okay. So this is where the wave is going on the front here. You can kind of see it. It's going to go right there. And let me set this down. Grab the plug in for this guy. This one also has lights. Although I can't show the full lights yet. But the captain's lights aren't plugged in right now. So, but he totally lights up. Let's see if we can get these ones in. So the skeleton pirates, all their eyes light up, and the inside of the ship has like a glow to it as well. Yeah, let me turn on the filter. Color filters on. There we go. So we got the light kind of coming through the ship and through the eyes of the crew and the captain. So the captain's rib cage lights up, and so does his eyes as well. I just can't show you right now because I don't have the right plug-in yet. I have it ordered. So we can see. Actually, you know what? I wonder. Let me take the captain out here. Let's just take the positive and the negative here. Kind of hook them in so you can see for a second. Okay, that's positive, that's negative. Let's see if we can do this here. Okay, one moment. See if I can do this. It's a positive, do the positive. It's a negative, do the negative. There we go. Aha! Success. It's alive. Yeah. So I gotta get, there's a plug-in for this that I have to get so that it's all, so it can, so the captain, because we need the captain to be detachable so I can have access to the underside of the ship. Right, so we can do all the light work. But yeah, let's see. Let's put that. That goes into position here. And then the captain just goes, pegs right in here, and right there. And once we get that plug in, then the lights, the wire will go and plug in. We can see the light through the floorboard, all the cracks and floorboards of the ship. Nice. Every pirate needs his treasure, right? Gotta have some treasure. Yeah, this light, I think this light will go under here. I think we're gonna use the straw method and diffuse it again. Diffuse it. Yeah. Anyways, let's get that out of here. So let's work on the next step. Under the ship. All the lights goes under the ship to kind of create like this I want this like kind of like how the lights glowing from the rib cage of the captain. In the same manner, it's glowing from the rib cage of the ship itself. And you know, the fact that the ship is like not something you could actually, you know, it's only able to float because of the essentially the magic within, just like the captain's only able to exist because of the magic within. So underwear. Got him. All right. Let's see here. So we've done the first coat. It's starting to get thicker. And so now what we're going to do, actually, you know what? Let me see this brush really quick here. Now that it's thickened up, I wonder if we should push it kind of up here. No, not really. Let's just leave that. We're going to mix a new batch. I think I timed it perfectly when I dumped out the rest. So we're gonna take the rest of this. Oh, but it is... I might need a bigger mixing cup. Oh, maybe that's why I used a milk jug last time. I think I ran into the exact same problem last time. Was I don't have a bigger mixing vessel. At least I don't think I do. I swear I hold on to like transparent like food containers and stuff for this exact reason, and then when I actually need one, I can never find it. I might have to go find a milk jug. All right, let me go get a jug. I'll be right back. All right, we got a jug here. Let me just cut the top off here. Let's see. Let me just cut here the front. Keep the handle on there. I don't want any moisture in there, so I'm gonna have to cut or dry the moisture out. Can one do a brush mold, then do a pour mold, or do we not mix the two? Yeah, you could do that. You could do that. Where, as some people do, where they brush on like a layer just to make sure you capture the detail well, and then you pour the rest of it, you know? So like, say you have a mold here, and you if you're doing a pour mold, you build up the walls with like cardboard or some sort of perimeter to keep it inside. Then you brush on a thin layer, and then same thing, you just, as long as it's not fully cured, it'll be good. So, okay, we got our little mixing jug here. I'm just gonna take a little wad of paper towel. Make sure it's dry. We don't want water. We don't want extra ingredients in the mix here. Okay. There we go. Okay, so now let's pour our materials in here. I'm just gonna still use this mixing stick, even though it's already partially curing. It should be okay. Yeah, I need to make some too, I think. Okay, we're gonna pour all the rest of the silicone in, and the reason is I don't really have another project to use this on right now, so I might as well just use it up. Because the thing about silicone is it doesn't really have long shelf life. So you wanna... Hey, what's up, Eggs? How you doing, my friend? It was cool. We checked out your stream today. You guys were working on some sort of conveyor system. We're trying to figure it out. is the myth you can't drink a gallon of milk. This is actually water, a water jug. I get or buy gallons of water instead of using tap. Never a shortage of water jugs. Okay. Where's the other? Where did the part B go? Oh, right here. Ah. Strap that goes on the grain. Oh, okay. Is that what it was? I knew it was some sort of for moving something. Material movement system. Cool. We were watching for a bit, and then I think the sound on your stream cut out. It looks like it's very cold where you're at. That's for sure. So what we're gonna do different with this. Your microphone didn't like the cold. Okay, I was wondering that if it was the weather, the cold zapped it. Okay, so now what we're gonna do differently is we're gonna mix in this Thivex. This is a thickening agent. The more you add, the thicker the silicone becomes. I think last time I measured exactly what it said to add, and it still was too thin, so I just squirted a bunch of it in there. So hopefully that doesn't cause me any issues to just wing it like that. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna mix it. We're just gonna mix it, and we're gonna add this. And just going to add in our mixing. We'll add in the thickener once we've mixed it up here. Let's mix it first. Okay, 1 second. I gotta. Give it a good swirl in down here. Mix, swirl, swirl. 6 saltines in a minute. Oh. No, you're good. Hey, you're good, eggs. No worries, man. As a fellow streamer, I know how it is. Can you use a drill to mix it? Yeah, if you have a disposable drill mixing bit, which I don't have. Maybe if I could clamp the drill onto this somehow. That's all right. Get a good forearm workout, no problem. Okay, now let's add our thickening agent here. And hopefully we don't add too much. We're just gonna squirt some of it in there. We're gonna see how it does, and we're looking for a peanut butter consistency. That's what we want. A little bit more. Okay. Okay. Am I excited for tomorrow? What, for Thursday? No, she's more excited for Friday. All right, I think that's pretty good. After Christmas sale? No, it's just we don't celebrate Christmas, so there's nothing. Tomorrow's just a Thursday for the cnotbusch household. All right. I think that's good. I think we'll work with that. Okay, next step. Now we take our thing here. We're just gonna start. We're just gonna kind of scoop it on. And this is what's going to make the thickness of our mold, basically. Just kind of, I guess, add it onto all of it on, and then we'll work it with a smaller tool. There we go. Next, you're going to tell me you don't believe in Santa. As a fictional or non-fictional character? Definitely peanut buttery, right? We got a nice little ice cream swirl there. It's like frosting on a cake. Okay. Let me grab a different stick here. What does it feel like? What, like if I was to touch it? It feels like stickiness. Okay, now we just kind of push this around here. And we're just adding kind of thickness onto our structure here. I'm gonna work it into all these undercuts. Started as a mistake. Didn't know that. Hey, what's up, Vinny? How you doing, my friend? Mountain of gloop. That's right. Okay, let's move our way around here. We're just like frosting a cake. Now we want these deeper areas to be kind of filled in. Pretty good. Definitely some thickness around the edge here. Oh, there you go. Drawing and lurking. All right, Funka. Catch you later. We'll see you tomorrow. Well, if you'll be around, that is. I will be streaming tomorrow, so. For those that are wondering. I will be here. We'll be doing the next step to this tomorrow evening, so if you want to see how the next step of this mold making process goes, it'll be tomorrow evening. How thick will it end up being? Well, it's thick. This is the last layer that I'm doing with silicone. I'm trying to get like a kind of at least a 1/4 of an inch is what I'm working with here. And then once the silicone is done hardening, we will reinforce it the structure with a plaster shell, which that part's pretty easy to do. It's kind of like a mold on top of a mold. Get a nice, nice, shiny, nice, clean finish here. Oh, really? I'm going to use the excess to kind of create like a little groove here along the top. So the plaster will kind of have a bit of a key to it. My voice is out of sync? Really? Hello, hello. Test 1, 2, check, check. Clap. You're in sync. Oh. You're out of sync. Just refresh if it's out of sync for you. Should be working good. All right. It's just a face cam that's like 1/10 of a second out of sync. Nothing bad. Really? That's weird. Okay, I think that's looking pretty good. Oh. Let's not knock this down. All that stuff can go in the garbage. Looks perfect for me. And now we have our delicious orange sherbet cake. Tangerine cake. It's a half a bunt cake. Okay, so in 6 hours that will be a hard rubber, or not hard, but like a just rubber, you know, an elastic rubber material. And then we just leave it on there, and we're just gonna take tomorrow evening. We're gonna take some these right here. These are like cloth it's like a cloth material. I don't know if you can see through there, but see, it's like a mesh cloth material with plaster inside of it. So so you take this and you cut off pieces and you dip it into water, and then you just lay it down, and the plaster will harden on top of this, creating like a shell. Now it'd be nice if I could figure out a way to make some sort of a level base here, so when I flip it over, it's a nice level, or at least close to level type of like kickstand or something. I think I've seen people use like little feet to kind of create, like plaster them all into the shell, you know, but I don't know, maybe we can experiment with something. But anyways, that's going to be it for tonight, folks. I'm going to get out of here. I'll probably do just a little bit of stuff before bed, but ultimately I'm going to be getting some rest, and I'll be on tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8 a.m., and we'll be working on, what's tomorrow? The Overlord in the morning. Wait, is today? What's today? Wednesday. Yeah, so tomorrow, Overlord in the morning, and then we're doing this in the evening. So, and then Fridays, Trollheads. So, let's find someone to raid. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. Thank you so much for all your support, folks. I appreciate you. I wish you a wonderful, wonderful evening. And let's see, who do we got? Wow, it's crazy how little people are on streaming right now. It's actually not that many. Let's see. You know what? Let's go to the art category. Let's go to. Oh, I bet you sleep really good every night there, crack eggs. Like a rock. All right, let's search for tags sculpture in the art section. Oh, nobody else. Bummer. Just me. Oh, Cozy Tavern, Christmas Day chilling and painting. This is somebody we've never raided before. All right. Let's go check out somebody new I've never raided before. Doing some Cozy Tavern illustration stuff. Sometimes it's fun. It's a good way to browse the creative section or art section is search with tags. So let's see. Let's get this raid going here. All right, my friends. Until next time. Bye-bye.